Hello, we'll get started here in just a moment. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. I'm having a good day. Making some progress. Blue Sky just released a new feature that is kind of interesting, where where it shows when you go live, which is kind of cool. But I feel like the feature is kind of not in a right state. So hopefully that gets adjusted in some way. Um, Here in the near future. Uh, yeah, we'll probably be doing Zomboid here shortly, and then from there we'll see how it goes. Oh, sorry. Uh, let's see. Mostly because if we were to do Hightail today, we would be doing Hightails like Sky Map or like Skyblock or something like that. And then I was looking at it and I was thinking about it and I was like, do I really want to do a Skyblock today? I was like, nah, I feel like progressing our Zomboid. So let's do that instead. I'm just waiting for Zomboid to load up. Just give me a moment on that. Congrats on first, by the way. Mm. Whichever game is gonna make me happy, of course. I wouldn't play a game that's upsetting me. I'm not like that. Oh, I was like, why isn't it showing up? It's not hooking because it. Yeah, oh, no, you don't dare load the tutorial. I don't feel like doing the tutorial again. Not this time. Sometimes maybe, but not right now. Hmm. Um, my music stuff's not working. There it is. Some of these tips are good. Some of them are weird though. That's normal in games. There's sometimes. Let's close that. Alright, we're on the upward trend for weight. We were getting ready to fight. Yeah. Nice. Oh, that reminds me. Yuri told me that I should check the one setting, but in my opinion, it shouldn't. Let's see, where is it? I mean, if I just make it high quality or low quality, it's not gonna matter. There's no off. Turn fog off fog. So yeah, so there's a setting in the sandbox options right now that says that you can shut off fog. I have it on in this playthrough. Yet last time we played, there were 3 days of fog. 2 out of 3 days, the fog ended at 11 a.m. But one day we had a lovely amount of thick, soupy fog for pretty much the whole thing. So the no fog setting doesn't work. However, there is also a fog intensity setting that I also turned down to the lowest setting, and that one also is the one that I think actually works. But once again, it's theory. I don't know. Maybe there's something that's there that's supposed to be turned on that isn't turned on. I'm not sure. It's not something I'm fully grasping. What are we doing in terms of weaponry? Okay, this nightstick will last a while. But yeah, I turned it off in this playthrough, like when I started this one, because I was a little tired of it. I wanted to not have to deal with fog, because it's too hampering. Like, it's not even difficult, it's just annoying. So I was like, I'm just gonna get rid of it. Because, you know, I would be gearing up to go fight for a day, and then fog. And it's just visually was grating on me over time. Hey, you know, and that's a sandbox. I want to play the way that I want to play. I want to be able to just go and kill stuff if I want to kill stuff. I did say that I would turn it back on eventually, maybe. We'll see. But it seems like I don't have to, because it's still on. It's so stupid. A setting that it just doesn't work. But it's okay, you know. It's those kinds of things, though, that it'd be better in my mind if the setting just wasn't there, you know? If it doesn't work like that. But Figured it was Holly, but I didn't want to assume. Okay, I think we're good. There we go. Hmm. No better muscle strains, okay. Head back. Oh, wait, I need that back. Hmm. Mhm. This nightstick's gonna break like soon. Go back out there, but It's not a Monday. Today's a... I actually don't know what day of the week it is. Friday. I'm gonna BRB for a moment. Good morning. Hopefully you're having a good morning. Sorry. Just wanted to refill my tea. It was empty, and I was like, eh. You were on the wrong. I'm aiming for the wrong tile. Thank you for wellness. I'm gonna save my tea when we get back. We're almost there. You know, the Zomboid's been going well. It's been going good. We've been able to enjoy this as well as quite a lot of stuff. I am going to be keen to play more Hytale and more Icarus. Hytale I'm still kind of on the fence about at the moment in terms of what I want to be doing. Because it's a good game, and I really am looking forward to its evolution, but it's still kind of early, right? So we'll see how it goes here in the near future. Yeah, it could go totally a bunch of different ways, and I'm looking forward to it either way. Whatever way it decides to go, I think it'll be fine. That said, though, right now I don't know what I want to be doing in it, so yeah. Rhett sent me a list of mods, which is kind of cool. I'm sure that list will evolve very soon. I was looking them over. Did you ever figure out the portal issues? I mean, we managed to go to one. We went to one of the places when I lowered my graphical settings, but I later tried to go to several of the other places, and I just couldn't do it. Even off stream, I was having trouble. So it's definitely not just a graphical issue. There's something wrong there. I'm sure it'll get fixed, though. Uh, you know, yeah. Meanwhile, Rhett wasn't having trouble at all, apparently. So maybe I don't know. I don't know. There was. It's the same as the verify account thing, right? There were some people that was having problems. Other folks didn't have any issues at all. Like I never seen that once. But that said, you know, that's okay. I'm super keen though, and I am looking forward to it more. So just because I'm not playing it right now doesn't mean that I'm not keen. It's just like Icarus. I'm not playing Icarus right this second, but I am really keen on it, right? Why can't I lift? It's because I... Which, any close calls with zombies? Not really. No more close than I usually get. Those sleeps, by the way, are not, as much as they seem not safe, they're not as unsafe as they seem. Like, I could really play it up and be like, yeah, oh, super dangerous, but like, I mean, and it is a little dangerous, but it's not. So the zombies, when you're playing single player, they kindly wait for you to get up. So they will attack you the instant your character is awake, meaning that that frame, while it's still, the screen is still dark, right? You can actually move during that interval. So that's why you'll see me do a little like a little this, right, in the morning, is because if I'm moving, the zombies can't grab me unless there's more than like a certain amount of them. If there's more than a certain, like, that amount of them, though, probably it was a bad idea to sleep, and then they could get me, maybe. But it's yeah, it's not as dangerous as it seems. It's definitely something, though, that you gotta be careful about and be aware. I'm aware that there are zombies in the immediate area, but... And I could work on our defense a little bit more by, so by making log walls, essentially. Not like, I don't mean like log walls, I mean... It's weird. So you know the log crafting bench that I made over there, the random one that's kind of just sitting there? Yeah, just put these down for a moment. It's right there. You see that one? This is what I mean by log walls. So if I put a line of those across, because it's more than 20 tiles away from my person where I'm going to be sleeping, where I'm going to be moving and mulling about, right? If I did a wall that was across here and then did a horizontal wall that was like across back up there where the watch bag is, right? That would give me time if zombies do wander into this area, because they cannot migrate into this cell. So where I currently am, at least, well, I mean, they can, but it's not like, it doesn't work that way. So based on my location, they won't... Oh, wow. The way that the cells are oriented, this one is just like a corner piece, like very, very small cell. So most of this cell that I'm in is water. Like, it's a sizable portion of water and a little bit of an area, right? Meaning that my player loaded area is what matters here most. So, right? But when we do inevitably activate pinpoint hearing, we're gonna have zombies from Phallus coming in. We're probably gonna get pushed out of this area. We also are pushing up towards helicopter now, as... Oh, but I might as well just eat some of this really quickly. So I'm gonna start trying to check, yeah. Essentially chunk mechanics, sort of. But not, like in Zomboid, it's a little bit differently. Because there's the cells that get activated by metas and by sound, right? And then there's also the metas, the fact that the player can activate cells too. So I can activate cells that are in my vicinity just by existing, just by being there. I turn, like, the cells are active. And that can range depending on how noisy I am as a player, right? Morning tea. And radio. Oh, that's it. No helicopter today. But yeah, watch bags and if we were to set ourselves up with jeez. Um this is a beautiful. We're not even max level foraging, and there's actually is the mask affecting us? Huh, nope. Yeah. It can also be a detriment to the player. I can't take this, can I? It's gonna be, yeah, it's garbage. That sucks. Um, it can be at a detriment to the player because with follow sound distance, similar to you seen in my first run, you can catch them on the edge of the player area and slow them down. By slowing them down in that way, they will build up, and as they build up, they can get into a number that becomes very scary. That's how you'll see the wall of zombies. It's either actively on the player edge or on a cell border. You'll see them line up. And it's almost ominous, like how they line up like that. Even though it is kind of, yeah. Spawn them? No, generally the spawns are the same. Like, unless you add the variants, you can apply a variance based on seed, but you can also just have them be statically similar each time. The only thing that will change is event spawns. Event spawns will change anything. Because it's not a guarantee that there's going to be an event there. Sometimes there will be, sometimes there won't be. It's hit or miss, right? And sometimes it'll be different styles of events. Like, for example, you could get a pest event, which, or you could get, like, the other types of events as well, like the fire event, or where the house is burned down, or survivor house, or there's a lot of different kinds. Bleach event is popular. Bathroom zombie event. There's lots of ones that exist. Party. I should be able to remove these logs. Them coming from the south is a little bit more dangerous at the moment. That's why I'm slowly building that up. There we go. As soon as I get the opportunity to delete those things, I will. And that entire pile is going to be deleted. I'm leaving these trees here on purpose as well because they do block sight a little bit, and that's why I haven't chopped them down. Same for some of the trees up here. I want to keep trees that are around this section a little bit alive. That said, though, it does mean that I have to trek further to chop down trees and get wood and such, but... Is there an event stuff where it just randomly stuff that occurs, or is that procedurally generated where it'll be the first time you encounter an area? Like, what do you mean? Is there an event like if you walk towards a house and it has an alarm, that's an event. Those houses are the same, like kind of. If you were to sit there and record all of the houses that have an alarm, there's a chance that those houses will still have alarms in the future. So it's not like all houses have alarms. They don't. That most of them don't actually. It's one of those things that's niche though, and trying to remember all the different houses that can have alarms is not worth it. It's not that's not random though. The alarms are and are events too, kind of. I think the alarms compare with other events though. So like you could have a party event and an Olaf's alarm, but I could be wrong on that. I don't know. It's hard to tell on time 16 if those are that works exactly that way. You'd be scared if an alarm went off while you're trying to explore. Yeah, that's common though. Right? Honestly, house alarms end up being a boon. They're a benefit because they are they'll call zombies out that normally you wouldn't see, right? Now, early on in a playthrough, they can be a bit annoying, but overall, I don't mind house alarms. I actually like them. That's why I put a happy face sometimes when I because it's like I don't dislike them. As a gameplay mechanic, they're great. You could set fire to the house. Actually, currently, I think fire's still broken. Fire wasn't working on interiors for some reason. Like, it wasn't spreading to interiors. So hopefully that gets fixed soon. Because that's one of the big ones for the SKC challenge. To receive a 2.0 is that fire is a requirement. That challenge is all built around burning buildings, and now there's even more points of interest that can be added to that challenge, which is going to be cool, like going to Brandenburg or going to Irvington or, you know, those kinds of things, right? I am going to be keen. It'll be cool seeing that challenge boot back up. As well as it would be cool to see other iterations of other styles of challenges. Like, for example, like, there's a fair few styles of challenges that could do with a rework. And actually, with the current style that the game is in, I could see a challenge like Wickhammer's Insurgent challenge, right? If you turn off the zombies' memory, the stealth gameplay becomes a lot better, and as a result, playing with silenced guns would be an interesting style. And then he had such cool lore that went along with the challenge. Okay, I need to BRB for just a second though. I'm not actually going to put up the BRB screen because I just need to go and grab my chair needs a fix, so I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. Nice. Hey, it's Scrubbly. Hi, Scrubbly. You having a good day? You winning? I'm having a pretty chill day. How's PZ treating me? It's been pretty good. I'm kind of waiting a little bit until we're able to get some nails, hopefully, this stream. And then once we have nails, we can start progressing in a few ways. No nails, only suffer. Well, it'd be cool if I'd forage them up. But that's a dream. That would be the ideal dream, is to forage them. And it's not like it's impossible, it's just, you know, not likely. Hopefully you're having a good day too, Rat. How goes the hightail mod scene? Is it going good? Yeah, I know they're stupidly rare on foraging. You can get a carton of nails in foraging. It's just the likelihood? No, basically nil. Mods are going good. Devs have already made a few redundant. There's a beta option in the launcher now. Ooh. Nice. It's good to hear that the devs are like quickly catching on to certain things. It's good. I'm glad to hear that. The devs seem very savvy, which is good. I'm not saying that other devs aren't. It's just that, you know, I'm glad that they're attentive to the community. Yeah, I'm gonna be keen to when it took a while though before those other mods existed for Minecraft. So I'm curious how fast those mods are gonna come out, like Industrial Craft or Immersive Engineering, Applied Energistics, any magic like Thaumcraft, Blood Magic, or Botnia. I would like to see those appear, and or maybe some Vault Hunters slash like, you know, of that ilk. There was a mod called Morph as well that I really liked, and it would be cool to see that one hit as well. So what Morph let you do, or at least in the pack that I played, was at the beginning you could choose your race. And if you chose your race, you would spawn in the biome of which race you were. So, you know, you choose Blaze, you spawn in the Nether, and it was really cool because you were immune to fire, but if you got into water, it would damage you. It was neat because and you could hover a little bit. Or if you pick Bat, you could fly, but you had like really, really low health. And it was kind of like, it's like bad flight because it's like, you know, you gotta flap your wings. Or I was trying to think some of the other ones, but it was cool. It was my thought is that you could like be, I think you could pick villager as well, and you'd spawn in a village, and you had like always better trades or something like that. Yeah, it seems like a weekly for now, at least while the passion is high. We'll see, because you know passion wanes over a time, and then yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. It's not like we'll be able to make those kinds of calls now. But yeah, I'm keen. Yeah, we'll see how it goes though. As for current amounts of stuff to do in the game though, I was just mulling over, like, I mean, we've kind of hit a point where we've made most of the stuff, and the only things that we haven't, I haven't been able to, even off stream, because I tried a little off stream to go to those areas, and no luck. So something's wrong there. Like, even with lowering the graphical settings, I'm only able to go to one of the 3 areas. Yeah, hopefully it'll fix tomorrow. We'll see. Oh, right. I have a niche question. The pillow, it doesn't work in the backpack, right? I don't think it does. I think you have to have it in your inventory. Does it work if it's in your right hand though, or in your left hand? It does. It should, right? Stretch. Yeah, it's good for neck pain, right? What's the use case here again? I don't know what that means. You mean for like the pillow? The pillow would like reduce his neck pain. And if you put it on a bed, it increases the quality of the sleep. I don't think it works on a chair. Like this big comfy chair, I don't think it works for that. What I'm trying to do with the pillow, reduce neck strain, neck pain. So, but it's one of those weird ones where it's like, okay, well, does it? Yeah, I think it's supposed to reduce neck pain, but I don't know exactly. Ah, we gotta wait an in-game hour. Okay, I wanted to move these things over. Can leave you here. This song? Yeah, there's a lot of really good songs on this playlist. Hmm. Yeah, there's some songs that I would add to this list, but at the same time, I kind of want to stay true to form best I can. If there's songs that I'm missing from this list, I probably should look to add them. Because I know that Lamprey was adding things at the end before. Oh, thank you very much for the subscription. I do appreciate. Um, enjoy your frog emotes and your ad-free viewing. For a bit. Hopefully you're having a good day, though. I think you are. Mostly? Maybe? I need to go and add as many rocks to my pile as I can. For 10 stones. Any more? Oh, these were nice, brand new clothes. Has there been any getting more stable yet? Unfortunately not at this time, Sui. Like, I mean, you know how it is with Zomboid. They don't really tell us much about when things are coming out, because they've never done dates like that. That said, though, multiplayer's out and it's been getting a little bit better over time, so I'm gonna guess that stable is on the way. There's a couple of things I'd love to see before stable hits, but, you know, the second stable hits, though, you're wanting to know. Like, because unless, hopefully if I remember, I can try and send you a boop and be like, hey, it's finally, it's happening. I tried to tell people sometimes if they want to know. Batch being more stable. I don't know. I know that they were doing quite a lot of bug fixes. Fingers crossed, though. Some unstable is soon super unstable. It's playable. Build 42 multiplayer is definitely better than Build 41 multiplayer was. I'd say it's playable. I would argue to say that it's good for the multiplayer, depending on how you have your server set up. That said, there is still desync, there is still some stuff that exists, but it's definitely better than 41. Especially because it brings forward the crafting, right? But that said, we do have unstable multiplayer now, so there is that, and there are mods that can improve stuff as well. So the modders and the devs are both working diligently. Fingers crossed, though, we'll see it stabilize even more. I want to see a full stable drop at some point, but it's one of those things where it'll happen when it happens, and we don't know, right? We have no idea when that's gonna be. Even the devs themselves don't know, I bet, because why would they, you know? It's not something that is, like, for sure. They'll know when it's gonna be released, though. That's for certain. Yeah, it's a bit janky, but it's still playable. is what I would say. In terms of, for me, I like multiplayer. I think it's fun. And Frog server's still active and will remain active. I'm not going to turn off Frog server unless we're planning to do a different type of server in the near future, because that's just how it is. It was happening to you, yeah. So it was a little bit, but I haven't heard tell of it in a while. But then again, a lot of us have jumped back into single player a little bit, and so some folks are still playing on Frog though. Frog is not completely gone. I mean, it's still there in the wings for me if I ever want to jump on, and that's how I like it. I like when a game is waiting in the wings for me in case I ever feel the urge, you know. It's like peace of mind that it's there and ready for me. Yeah, this time it happened 11 times. That's brutal. It's supposed to, there's supposed to be a fix for it eventually though, right? We'll see. It also could be a bit of like, I know my internet when it happened wasn't particularly stable, so I'm always hesitant to blame the game with that, because my PC's getting old, as well as my internet's not always the most stable, so it's like it's hard, right? But yeah, it definitely needs an update, I can agree. But I'm sure one is on the way. Yeah, they'll probably fix a ton of stuff. Crafting jump scared strikes again. I still can't dislike it though. It's a noise that both makes me and Emma happy, so. There we go. I need more chipstone, like, constantly. And I just can't get more of it. We're almost 3-4 though, which is kind of nice. Yeah, I gotta level my napping, or I gotta level... The thing is that bothers me is here. If you look at this right now, and, like, it doesn't make sense. Because they've altered some of the levels for these, right? Right? Level 4, level 5 was left alone, right? Because if you were to increase, it wouldn't make sense, right? Because... Well, right now, the way that napping traces is you get your first sets of tools, then you got your level 1, then some level 2 for the scythes, level 3 for the flint saw, right? And then 4 for the axe head, 5 for the maul, 6 for the stone knife, and 5 is also on the drill, right? So that's, it traces all the way to level 6, right? Okay. Now let's look at masonry, which you have a chisel, right? You have a chisel to chisel stuff. It makes it easier in my head, but no, this requires level 6 masonry and level 7 masonry for them all. So you're telling me that without a chisel, I can chisel this no problem with just a regular rock, right? Regular stone. I can chip this with level 4 precision. Give me a chisel, suddenly it becomes level 6 worthy. Why? I have a chisel. Shouldn't this be like level 3? Right? Or the same at least, level 4? Who says tools make things easier? Apparently that with a tool, this is, my character must be holding the chisel the wrong way around, because if you were holding it, you know, right way around, it should be easier, right? Like, I don't mind that they lowered the level for mason, the macing the stonehead. I think that's fine. Like, so it used to be level 9, now it's level 8. But this right here, this increase in level doesn't make sense. Like, it really doesn't. Because this used to be 5 and this, this used to be 5 and this used to be 4. This edit is silly. Especially when, and you know what they would do? If they heard me talking about this, they would raise the napping level to match 6 and 7. I bet you. I like it instead of adjusting it to make more sense. The reason why I feel like that is because it's a lot of the changes lean in that direction, don't they? They seem to lean in the direction of taking things away and or, you know, hurting the character in some way, or you're making the character seem stupider, which is it's weird. But yeah, apparently chisels are too high tech. Yeah, in terms of a progression, it definitely doesn't make sense. And the fact that there's not enough things in the trees currently to justify their existence. There needs to be more napped things as well as more masonry things. There just isn't enough. Why bother having the two trees separated like that if you're not going to fill them up? Right? Now, one could make an argument that, okay, well, but it's based on the fact that it's like it's still early, right? But then look at carving, right? Carving has a fair few amount of things, right? It's not like super like complicated, but it has enough that it's at least somewhat filled out if you compare it to masonry. And you know, there's easily 3 times as many carving recipes as there is masonry and napping recipes. Double if you combine them into one and just call it stone making. Right? That's the thing though, is that currently just having more in those would be better. Because otherwise then why do you have them separated? Same as carpentry and carving, why are those separate? Or welding and blacksmithing, right? I understand that welding and blacksmithing are 2 different things though, but they both work with metal. And stuff require masonry levels to build. Yeah, level 2 masonry and then bricks. Bricks are created through the kiln. Which we can have a kiln already. Well, yeah, it's not just the different levels, but it's the fact that when you have a tool, that it's harder. What? Tools make things easier, right? Are you telling me that having a stone in my inventory is superior to having a hammer and a chisel? Like, what? This is going back to stone tech, back when, you know, when having a rock in your inventory in the early game was like, you were a short, blunt king. Remember when the rocks were good? Everybody was running around killing stuff with rocks. Yeah, I'd love the kiln to be a little bit more intricate as well. I can agree that it was like that would be like a drying rack. Same for the charcoal, because that's how charcoal would be, right? Charcoal used to, or sorry, charcoal has never, but it would be cool to kind of just throw it in there and let it bake. It's an easier skill to level from scratch comparatively. I mean, I guess kind of, because all you have to do is run and get enough rocks to be able to break stones. But that used to be that you used to be able to access the mall a lot faster. Now the mall is gated behind level like 5 napping or level like it's too high. Why is the mall gated so high? And they took away the other ability to smash stuff, so it's like there's like too many gates, and they're pointless gates in my head. Like, why do they exist? To hamper progress. Why? Right? They hamper progress. That's all they do. They just get in the way. And it's fine to have gates. I'm okay with gates. I like gates. They make it so that you have to get something in order to acquire something else. I like that. But I'd like it to make sense. I don't like when it doesn't make sense. Another example would be, what was it? It was something silly. Is it the fragments thing? Where are you? Also, this is a bit frustrating. Like, where are you? So this right here is, scrapping jewelry requires one of these items to do, right? But you're smashing it, right? And you're pulling the other parts off of it. So you're telling me that I need pliers to pull like a gold ring out when I'm gonna melt it down. This seems like a bit of an arbitrary step, right? Yeah, you wouldn't need to do that. Arguably, for pulling the stones and stuff out, you could do that with anything. You could get a pointy stick and like pry stuff out too. Of course, you know, there's some stuff that it's strange. And there's a reason why you don't see folks really running around with the, where is it? In the welded armor. Is it under? Yeah, it's here. It doesn't even really require too much welding to get this stuff. But then, like, you need the recipes. Oh no, I know it's good. But by the time you're able to confidently make the welded armor, why would you bother? You would do the full set blacksmith set over it. Because not only is it easy accessible, comparatively, but, right? The only time I could see that you would want to do the welding stuff is if you happen to get a lot of propane early on and welded a gigantic metal base out of, like, with to level up your welding. You spawn as a welder. I guess that kind of would make sense then. I think what you said before, Red, about the character being essentially a toddler is very accurate. Like, they're not an adult human being. Even though they spawn in at the age of 27, they are a literal toddler. They know nothing. You blame the American education system? But the American education system wasn't that bad in this time frame. Not that it was, it's not, I don't feel like it's bad. Like, really? Like, I don't know. Maybe it is. I think this is 7th heli. That's 1. That's 2. ETA was British too. My thought process is, yeah, the Indie Stone is a British company, yeah. But they've hired quite a lot of modders. I mean, the team's probably split at this point, yeah, between different styles of different people. I don't believe that it's just one oak anymore. No. You can start as a farmer that doesn't know anything. Yeah, I cleared out quite a lot of the zombies that were creeping in from the south, but I didn't clear them all out. There's gonna be some there still. That's the thing, is no matter what, you think the area is clear, don't think it's clear. It's never clear. And never. You could, the only time you'll know it's clear is if you go into debug and look at the pop map. The zombies will always be there, eternally. Even on the most clear looking times 16. It doesn't matter. They will always be there. Don't feel safe. Paranoia is your friend. But yeah, yeah, it's tough. See? I'm just gonna use up these other weapons. Okay, that was pretty funny. I hit that zombie like 4 times and it just did not register that I was there. No memory is a funny mechanic. Imagine getting bonked on the head, but it's like Skyrim guards. Must have been my imagination. Better get back to my post. Yeah, I seen. It was interesting. They fell over, and it seemed like you were doing it consistently. I am curious about that a little bit. I think it's because melee weapons are gonna ragdoll the zombies soon. And then I don't know. I might just leave that setting off. Because, ragdolling the zombies, while funny, is still kind of... It's inconvenient, is what I think. Because imagine, I'm fighting and fighting and fighting, right? And suddenly they fall over, right? Like if I'm fighting them in a big group. The ragdoll thing, while it is amusing, I still prefer the... I would prefer the sprinter's trip on the zombies in general. So like, because sprinters have a trip chance, right? I wouldn't mind that being applied to all of the zombies. Just them eating it every once in a while. Because that's comedy in the apocalypse. But I think the ragdolling takes it a little too far in the silly direction in my head. Like, I can appreciate them, but... Yeah, Shrubly gets me. And it's inconvenient because they're all weird. Not just the iframes though, like they're weird. Well, 4213 changed a lot of stuff, yeah. So if the iframes are not there, then I'd believe it. I wonder if that bug, or it's not, or no, it might, it kind of is a bug. It still exists where if you stomp on the ground directly on a zombie that's standing, that you can flip it over. If that still exists. Because that existed ages ago. Hello. Campfire glitch. You burned yourself on day 2. How did you burn yourself? I've never experienced that on the campfire, but I'd like to know about it. Whenever you tried to light it? Do you use the walk to command before you light the campfire, Scrubbly? No, you should use walk to before. That way you can line your character up exactly on the tile next to it. I've not experienced this bug, so and I'm gonna guess that that's why. But that's what I was doing with campfires, is I use walk to. So my walk to is set to Y, to T actually. I think its default is Y, but it doesn't matter. You can figure out whatever it is for you, and then it would auto move you on top of the fire. I see. That's strange. Yeah, because when I was lighting campfires, I've not, like I said, I've not experienced that bug, but it's probably because my character was already in range to do the fire, so there was no movement necessary. But it sounds like, do you sometimes stand off to the side, right click, and then light? Yeah, that doesn't sound very good, that it would take you and put you on top of the fire. It tried to pick up one on the other side of the fire, maybe? And your character walked through it? It consistently put you on top of it. That's strange. I'm gonna go grab a couple of rocks, and I want to see this, I want to see if I can... You haven't had problems, and you don't walk to either? Why does nobody use walk to? It's so easy. It's so hard. That's why I never once got burned on the Bloodbank server, like back then. And not a single time did I get lit on fire, and I still haven't been killed by a campfire. I've died in lots of other ways, but campfire, no. Yeah, the campfire is the whole tile, though. I know you don't need it. It's just, it's a, like... It's a safety measure, though, is my thought. Yeah, you run without turning. Yeah. I don't know. That's just a weird one, I suppose. I was gonna make a campfire and try it, but it's like, I know the outcome, so it's just like, eh. It's fine. Almost level 5, and then what do I unlock at level 5? Do we unlock anything that's useful? No. We are stuck leveling masonry till at least level 6 minimum before we have anything useful. So weird. That sucks that it happened to Scrubly though. I kind of was hopeful that like maybe Scrubly it'll be okay though. You didn't die at least, so that's a benefit. It is, and burns are annoying though. They're one of the more annoying things to get on your character. Yeah, 4212 is a little just it's stabler than 4213 was, but that's because they released the multiplayer and a bunch of other stuff, right? And I feel like some of the stuff got reverted again. Which seems to happen a lot with the game. Whenever an update drops, it seems like some of the things get shifted a little bit, as if like an older build was used and then combined, right? Because some of this stuff is stuff that's been fixed already. Walking towards the fire like a moth to the flame. They're just trying to stay warm for their entire life. That's a concern. Okay, and so one for that. And one for that. Okay. Run! Run! You're having a good day, Enigmas. I'm having a good day. How goes? I am making progress. It is slow going, but you know, it is progress. I've already hit the level of fishing that I need to be, which is good. And then it was a good one. That's good. Gonna grab as many rocks as I can and turn them into stones. You weren't sure where to start. So blacksmithing it's this is gonna be kind of funny. In order to do blacksmithing, you need to do lots of other things first. There's a lot of preparations one needs before one can blacksmith. The first preparations that you need are you need access to nails. So if you have nails, then that's important. You need at least a little bit of nails. Then you need to you can do a basic setup like this here. So making the simple forge, you can skip right over the primitive forge. You don't need that. But the simple forge will let you create an anvil, which will let you then later create the advanced forge and the advanced furnace. Currently, you'd be only working with iron with this furnace. And then later with the advanced forge, you can work with steel. You start with this here. And then eventually you'll be able to make the anvil, which is right there, right? But in order to be able to make the anvil, you're going to need both, well, a crucible as well as ceramic mold. In order to do that, you're going to need a kiln and a press as well. So there's a bunch of stuff that goes into it. So you need a kiln, a press. You can just do the advanced kiln. You don't need to do the primitive one. You could also do the dome kiln, but that one's for making charcoal. It's not for producing the molds that you're going to need. You also want to make sure that you make the regular crucible, not the small one, because the small crucible is used for glass. So there's that. Once you have the in order to do a lot of this other blacksmith stuff, though, and assuming that you didn't go to McCoy Estates and you're doing a blacksmith setup from scratch, you're going to need to level up other skills in order to be able to access it. Like, for example, you're going to need masonry at level 2. You're going to need pottery at level 1. So you see, there's a bunch of skills that are going to need to be shored up in order to be able to produce things. Assuming you don't have a club hammer as well, or any of these kinds of oh yeah, I forgot about this. Anyways, yeah, it's pretty front heavy, but once you actually get to the point where you can actually start blacksmithing, it costs a lot of charcoal, but you can basically go from like zero, not zero, but like low level blacksmith to level 10. Like you can just immediately become the master of the smith. It's just a matter of getting the initial costs down. So I forgot that masonry also was broken. Look at this. It requires a club hammer and or a block mace. I forgot about that. Nothing else works. Only block hammer and I thought that it was changed. Nope. We need to have blacksmithing in order to use masonry, in order to use... It's absurd. Anyways, but don't worry, I can do the exact same craft with a stone and a rock. That gate is ridiculous. At least we finally have a use for the club hammer. I mean, the club hammer is okay. I'm not bashing the club hammer as an entity. It's just it doesn't make sense. Some of the crafts, like this is gated in a weird way and utilizing limited crafting for almost no reason. Why can't you use the other hammers for when you can use the other hammers for literally everything else? See? I think this is an oversight. They didn't copy this one over here properly. Yeah, that's just gonna happen though in the unstable build. There's some things that just don't make sense. Like if you were to look at some of the recipes for some of the simpler stuff, like here, for the kiln. If you look at the primitive kiln, 20 clay, mason's trowel. Okay, how do you make the advanced kiln? 20 clay, mason's trowel. Okay, so why would I ever make the primitive one? Right? It's because of it being in its early unstable stages where there's these progression chains that don't quite make sense. Like the fact that you need nails to make nails. Because if you don't have oh, no. I couldn't stop myself. If you don't have nails, you can't progress to the point where you can make them. And that's going to be something that is fixed eventually. Because they do have intentions of making it so that primitive survival is a thing. Where we can survive out in the world and we don't need anything, right? We won't need zombies. We could just... It'll turn the game into more like a long dark, which is kind of cool. It's cool in an idea. Nope, you don't ever make the other drying rack. So what Crubbly is mentioning right now is if you look into the drying racks, you'll notice that there's two of them. Don't bother making the better one. The better one that costs 6 sticks, unless you have a large supply of nails and you want it to look better. There's no difference in these two. They are the same. Same as the small plant drying rack that requires the hand drill. You don't actually need the hand drill. It's just 4 long sticks and a bit of twine. Unless, like I said, if you want it to look essentially this is a trap. What's actually going to happen, though, is they're going to get rid of this other recipe. I almost guarantee it. And they want it to be the more complicated one that requires one level of carpentry. I get that. But at the same time, it's gating. Like, that's the thing, is that the gates have to make sense. Otherwise, why bother doing them? Right? If they don't make sense. So this one kind of makes sense. But then when you think about it and you look at a drying rack, what is a drying rack? It is a, like, stand that you put things on to dry, right? That's what a drying rack is. Does it really need to be drilled and nailed and put together that way? No. You could just set a couple of sticks together and that would be equivalent to a drying rack. So this recipe seems a little bit excessive to me. That said, though, the effort that goes into the animations for the drying rack, like that the leather actually does look different when it's dry. Same for the plants. I like that. I think that's cool. But yeah, there's a lot of little things in Zomboid that are like that at the moment, especially because of the unstable. It's not finished. These are unfinished products that are kind of like in the process. So that's just like the forges. If you look at the forges, why I didn't mention the simple forge is because you don't need to make this. You can skip directly to making the advanced forge just by making the large bellows. You don't need to make the simple forge. Making the primitive forge is fine though, because it's like, it's really cheap. It's not expensive at all. But this costs the same materials. And same for furnace, right? I said you could do this one because this simple furnace is pretty good. But the only difference between the simple furnace and the advanced furnace, once again, is the large bellows. Which the large bellows is requires leather making in order to do, right? You need a medium crude leather. Not particularly hard to get. Deer, cow, etc. But yeah, it takes quite a bit to build into blacksmithing. But once you have it, the thing is, and I get this, the value of having the blacksmithing is important. So once you have the blacksmithing set up, you have it, right? Even if your character dies, you still have it there. Like unless the zombies invade and take it and tear it apart, right? But yeah, there needs to be some kind of freeing from that initial gate to give access to the blacksmithing in a better way. Because if I don't have a means to get nails, I can't do blacksmithing. I'm cut off from an entire section, right? But yeah, thankfully you can take apart white picket fences, and there's lots of other ways to take apart stuff to get nails. Even they have a really low forage chance. So if you end up getting a box of nails or some nails from foraging, it's not something you'd rely on. You wouldn't hope that you're gonna get nails with foraging without a sizable amount of optimism. But yeah, in order to get blacksmithing up, you're going to want knapping, you're going to want masonry, you're going to want a bunch of stuff. And truth be told, I hope that masonry thing gets fixed so that it's better. Because currently, it's frustrating to see it like that in a way. Because it's like, okay, if I were to take the time to grind my masonry all the way up there, the only reward I'm going to get is the stone mace head. Because these two things are not going to be accessible without a club hammer. And sure, I could make a block mace, but the block mace is a little bit more of a tedious... Like, you have to already have blacksmithing in order to do that. Same for the club hammer, though. I think I could probably, with my current blacksmithing setup, make a block mace. Didn't listen to my rambles. I'm sorry. Is it bad? I do appreciate that you like it though. Maybe. Random rambles. The rambles of a crazy person. You like my vibe though? They're not really random rambles. I suppose that's true. I'm very much a product of the things that I'm talking about. Rambles and adventures. I just thought of something cheesy I can do. Am I gonna do it though? Imagine if you could make your own guns. I mean, you kind of can, like collecting them from the zombies, but I think I am gonna do that thing that I just thought of. Okay, I need a tree branch in order to do it, though. Uh, firewood. I'll come back for that after. Does cutting bushes still give tree branches? It does. I need a large branch though, not a small one. Let's get back out there. Keep searching. I need a branch. So large tree branch because I need to make a shovel. Funny that I'm finding more chipstone now than when I was actually searching for chipstone earlier. Here we go, large tree branch. AI. Actually, what in the name of charcoal? So, I was thinking about it, and I'm like, you know what I could do? It was like, the zombies get stuck on these. Just saying. I'm making volcanoes. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So I was like, you know, I do want to make charcoal. But you know what else I want to do? I'm gonna control the zombies a little bit. And I thought about making a wall like this. And I was like, you know what? Nah, we'll do this instead. It doesn't even care about the tree. Yeah, one piece of grass, no. But an entire tree, yes. And an entire tree is allowed to be there. But yet this grass is fine to be in that spot. But not all the grass can be there, no. All the grass is not allowed to be there. This is like the most cursed wall tech. I was thinking about it, I'm like, I could do this. And I was like debating it in my head whether I wanted to do it. It's like, this is quite cheesy. Like, very, 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 And I was like, you know what? Whatever. It's just like, let's do it, fine. So the difference between this and doing the old school method of the indestructible wall is this is destructible. The zombies can break these. There we go. Well, that's it. We have the cursed wall. So the reason why I didn't just do it all the way across and I left 2 gaps is because the I can't take these down. So without a sledgehammer. There's no disassemble function for these, which means you could, in theory, kind of soft lock yourself by putting yourself in a box of these if you wanted to. Yeah. So the thing is I wouldn't be soft locked because I could stay here for, well, indefinitely. Actually, I could stay here because I've got the means to be here at infinitum. Like I can make food. Like we can make water and food forever. Like I can fish and I can. We would be fine. But that said, I would be trapped here if I did that. Because of limited fire source? No, it would be fine. It would be totally fine. Because, yes, I wouldn't be able to go out and get more firewood, but I could just keep foraging around the same area. It wouldn't be too bad. You'd get a fair amount of stuff. And it's a sizable area that's all primary forest, so I know it doesn't look like a forest, but trust me, those two trees, they're very awesome and they count as multiple. I will never chop them down. They can stay there forever. I'll just send someone to charcoal jail. Well, so there is one way that I can break these, and I think it's if I hit it. But as you can imagine, that would suck. Like, so you can manually hit them apart, but it'll take time to get out. Meaning that if I get overrun and the zombies do manage to get in here in mass, well, I mean, I have those two tiny openings to get out. I'm not going to be able to break down the charcoal thing fast enough. Why is my character so terrible? Um, erosion even said, yeah, it will give me trees as well, gradually, very slowly, but because I've set it to really slow, like it's meant to not have to, we don't have to deal too much with the erosion. It's quite annoying otherwise. Yeah, you could break out of charcoal jail. It's just tedious. Congrats on your stream streak, Chili. I'm glad that it didn't get destroyed. I was worried that it might have. Just a little bit worried. This internet is a little bit finicky sometimes, and you know. Yeah, greatness can never be destroyed. Well, yeah, and you've made it to 75, so like, I mean, you've already won in my book in terms of that kind of style of winning. Okay, so that's 10. Playlist is good stuff. Yeah, I can agree. Burn up all the sparks here in a second. You and me both. I wonder how this game is gonna be in 42. But you know, like when it's unstable. But I'm hoping that we'll be able to survive out in the woods. We'll see. Look, this is something. It's been going pretty good. We're making progress. We're almost at the next level of our carving, so that's good. Once we hit that next level of carving, then I'm going to be pressuring the zombies a lot more. Because currently our weapon situation, while okay, and I could make do with the stakes if I wanted to, I'm gonna try a little bit of short blunt in this particular playthrough. See if it works out a little bit more in terms of durability. There's a lot of good zomboid killing songs on this one. The best parts about this playlist is its dynamicness. It's very... You don't want too many songs that are hype and too many songs that are relaxing either, right? You want a kind of nice mixture. Because otherwise you'll get too relaxed or you get too hype. Take these with me, drop them off. We're about like a little bit under 1,000, or over 1,000, I mean. XP to go. Good morning. Stretch. No. The reason why it isn't is because there is a handful of skills that exist in the game that are literally combat skills that require you to fight the zombies. So no. But that said, every other skill is what you mean? Technically, let me think. Non-combat skills. There's a lot of them that get easier when you use... Huh? What? What? What happened with fishing there? What? There was just suddenly fog, and then my fishing stopped. And then it... I don't know what happened with fishing there. I'm hoping it's a one-off. That was the weirdest interaction for fishing I think I've seen in forever. And the fog appeared for a second to taunt me. I don't know. So let me think about the skills. There's certain skills that would be easier with zombies around. Because, for example, things like tailoring. If you've got ripping, if you can rip zombie clothes, tailoring becomes a heck of a lot easier. That's the big one that comes to mind. Mechanics, 10, masonry 10, napping, glassmaking, electrical is easier with zombies. But assuming that you have a generator, yeah, you could do electrical to 10. Cooking, carving, carpentry, blacksmithing, all of those can be done easily without zombies. Agriculture, animal care, butchering all prefer to not have zombies around. Light-footed and sneaking prefers to have zombies around, but you don't have to interact with them. So running, strength, nimble, fitness, all can be done without zombies. The only big ones so far that I'm would be is tailoring, but I guess you could do tailoring with animals. So I mean, and utilizing the like rabbit hides and stuff. So let's include tailoring on the ones that can't. So that covers this whole tree, and that whole tree, right? Okay, so what about this one? Yeah, this whole tree as well doesn't need zombies. Yeah, and obviously you said non-combat, so the combat was not inclusive. But yeah, you could do all 4 of the other trees without zombies at all. It's just preferred to have them because they make things easier. Like they give you jewelry for blacksmithing. They give you weapons for uncrafting and recrafting. It sounds like a terrible idea for a challenge. I mean, a lot of people do like, you could do a pacifist challenge. But it's like a lot of people want to do a wilderness challenge where you start with nothing and you can go out into the woods and sort of build yourself a like everything up. A lot of people like that. That earlier interaction with fishing made me concerned because I should have lost my fishing rod, I think, but it bugged out because it was a large fish that slammed my maybe it like 180'd it though. Like it hit it so hard that it went back to the start. I don't know. But yeah, wilderness challenge is definitely an interesting one. To start with nothing, even not even shoes or anything. Your main goal in the early game is like get yourself a pair of twine shoes. There'll come a time where we're able to do that though, I believe. Currently, there's a few things lacking for that challenge, though. The reliance on nails is a big one.
I want to run, but it's like, meh.
Thank you very much for the raid. Very much appreciate. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a pretty good day. How goes? It says you were playing Hades and Helldivers, but is that true, or maybe? Either way, do very much appreciate the raid. Yeah. It's spinning. Also, if you need self-care, make sure to get yourself, yeah. My Zomboid's going good. We're making progress. I just hit level 7 in carving, as well as I've been slowly working up the napping and some other stuff. Yeah. I'm gonna try bunking zombies for a little while. You love the plague mask? Yeah, it's Lamprey's mask. He's unfortunately gone off to the military, so I wanted to do a run that was kind of like sort of like tribute while he's busy. Eventually he'll come back though. Oh, that's strange. Wait, what? How did you double raid? Apparently it's you're raiding me again, but it's like, that's weird. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know how to interpret that. Clearly something's broken. Maybe 2 people got left behind, and Twitch went back for them. Let's believe that. That seems like a fun way to think about it. 2 folks got left behind, but Twitch didn't leave anyone behind. They went back and collected those 2 folks and brought them here. It's a new one? Yeah, a new one for me. I haven't seen that before. Absolutely. Enjoy yourself there. Thank you again for the raid.
Nope. Panic. Okay, I'm gonna be right back for just a moment. Okay. I cheese the roof. Cheese the roof? In what way? What do you mean? Like you just went up a floor so that the corpse sickness wasn't hurting you? Because that's not cheesing, that's part of the game mechanics. Now, if you mean that you, like, you went up on a roof to dirt floors, I mean, that's fine. It requires you to get a sack, isn't it? It's not really cheesing. At least not by my standard of it. You pack the dirt well enough, I suppose it would kind of... I don't know, it ends up being like kind of like... It works in Minecraft and a lot of other games like that have... And if you really were to look at the structural integrity in Zomboid, it... You said you don't know if it'll work, that... So that... Wait, what? I thought you said you did it already. I've got something cheesy kind of going on in this playthrough. You want to see it? I was thinking about it and I was like, you know what? I could just make a ton of these and good luck, zombies. I could just an entire line of these charcoal things and they just like they won't be able to get through. The charcoal things are free, so be careful though, because you can't break them. Not without like actually breaking them. So you'd have to like swing at them or have a sledgehammer to break them. Like swinging manually works, but it's just it's awkward. But yeah, it's kind of like the old what's it called method, the composter method, except the only difference is that the zombies won't be able to the zombies can break these. No, it's on a short little fishing trip, yeah. Meanwhile, there's a jerk in a helicopter flying above me. This jerk scares away all my fish. Yeah, it might be Lamprey coming to check on me, but still, he could use a quieter method, like skulking in the trees with his spears. Like I expect he would do. He's coming for the fish. Two pass heli. Two pass heli. I mean, forged a handy knife. The game has a sense of humor and likes to listen. It'll wait for you to be talking about stuff, and then it'll be like, "Oh, is that what you wanted? Okay, I can facilitate that." And then the game gives you items. You're sipping south of Marchridge? I mean, it's not a bad spot to live. Are you still deaf? It's a strange question to have to ask somebody. He's gonna say yes too, which is the best part. Or surprisingly no. Yeah, oh no! Look at that! He said surprisingly no. I'm shocked. I'm shocked and in awe. Passy's not deaf? What is this? You're not Passy anymore. It's over. We need to learn to hear. There are some nice quality of life things with a deaf playthrough, though. The quality of life in a deaf playthrough is like you just chill. There's like I wish it was brighter. Yeah. Yeah, they are. At least they're kind of funny when you speed them up. You're doing that like dancing gif that you always seem to post.
That's a good one. Just leveled up. Strength. Yeah. Oh my goodness, a club hammer day one? I'm so jealous. The most, well, like, I had a pristine playthrough last with this one, and I don't want to say that I threw it away, but I kind of did by accident. I shouldn't have gone that direction, I went the other way. It was a really, really good playthrough, but oh well, it happens, right? Yeah, it's like finding a sledgehammer. Oh, so the best one that I've seen was that I spawned in this one world to explain some stuff and show some stuff off, right? Um this like second I go out of my house, there was a house that had a vehicle. It was one of those Pen S Ham construction vehicles, generator mag, sledgehammer, boxes of nails. Like it was the dream, and it was like survivor quality, brand new, full tank of gas. I didn't dare check the driver's seat because I knew for a fact that the key would have been in the ignition and it was ready to go, and because it wasn't a real run. It wasn't a real one. It was like, you know, because it's like the pristine setup for anybody's dream. You'd be dreaming to get that sort of setup in a run. That so far is the luckiest I've ever seen. Next to that, survivor car in CDDA at the house next door. Working car, could drive away. Just got in the car and drove off. Didn't even barely stitch the wound, like, and then I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess we're leaving then. Just drove off. It's those runs that are the weird ones, though.
I found a full matchbox, 2 wood saws, and a file. See, these are the kinds of things that you hope you find, right? Yeah, and you can make mace heads. Making mace heads, if you can get to that step point. But the thing is getting to that point requires either having that luck to get the club hammer, or alternatively, you can grind your napping up. Like, I'm almost level 4 napping. It's possible to get to that stage, and once you get to the high enough napping to get a maul, which is level 4, gets you this method, and then you can grind to 5 using the flat stones. It's like, it's super easy, but it does suck to have to get all the way to level 9. But you've seen, Passy, that they changed it, right? It's now 8. Ta-da! Level 8. Hype. One whole less level. Oh, it's been 8? Okay, well, I remember it being 9 for like the longest time. It's like ages and ages of it being 9. It's 9 for 9's carving for bats. Yeah, I remember them both being 9 because they're like both the really good weapons for their class. Yeah, I'm mostly, out of all the weapons, I'm most comfortable with short blades. But I should do some long blunt or short blunt for a while. I still think that the masonry stuff needs adjusting, but you know, it is what it is. The I just seen that, and it's like the reaffirmed that old mentality that I had. Just having more recipes in general would be nice. Yeah. Oops, wrong thing. Oh, have a good one at work. Recoup. Can't see.
Hey! Hey!
Hello.
Karaoke this song? I wouldn't do that, I don't think. I do sometimes sing along, but it's very... Usually it's, it depends. Part of the funny part would be is if you were to go back and watch the VOD, there is no music in the VOD, so it would just be me singing. Which, I mean, I suppose, it's like, I don't know. I don't know the words to this one, though. I know some of the words, but not all of them. That's kind of for a lot of karaoke songs. I know some of the words, but I don't know all of them, so it's like... That would be silly then? I mean, it would be fun, though. I guarantee there'd be some folks that would be like, oh. But part of the reason why I do that is there's for two reasons. One, copyrights, so I don't want to, no strikes or whatever. I just want to vibe, right? The second part is because there are some folks that like to watch Zomboid content and listen to their own music. So that's another reason why my music is kind of quiet, but also, like, I'm quiet too. Like, so if you were to turn down the volume to like 1%, it would be something that's, you can kind of just enjoy. There's a vibe to it, I don't want to be too over the top, because that's not the kind of streamer that I am either. I'm more of a relaxed kind of streamer. Not like overly... Like, so, you get your bombastic streamers, the hype streamers, the ones that are like, ah, rah, and celebrating and loud noises. And I have some of those sometimes, like moments like that, but most of the time I'm not. Most of the time I'm just vibing. Although I can get worked up, especially if I'm talking about something with passion.
You are amazing.
This isn't a hype stream. I mean, a hype stream for some.
You are amazing.
Well, thank you for the follows, by the way. I do anonymous follows so folks can enjoy lurking. If you wanted your name up in lights and all that, there are other ways to do that. Or you could, chat and I'll chat back. But I very much respect the lurkers, because lurkers are the heroes of streams. They're the silent people that are in the background that, they're just enjoying their lives, and or maybe they've got work, studying, or other such things that are important. But they're the folks that are the silent heroes. I don't see my stream as a hype stream, but maybe some see it as a hype stream. Mostly because I've been to many a hype stream in the past, and they're fun. They really are, but they can definitely take a lot of energy out of both parties. That you'd need a shotgun for. I think you could take him down too. It's one of those things where you get to that point eventually. Yeah, just takes practice, that's all. But we're actually doing the build up now. I'm done most of the prep work, so now is when we get to start actually, because we're gonna be turning on pinpoint hearing soon. Thank you for wellness. I appreciate it.
It's going up or down? I'm gonna go gain weight again.
Just one sec. Okay.
Yeah. I really don't want to participate in fish. The worst part is it says that it's good weather for it. The temperature's okay. Yeah. A little far out there. Eating nothing but acorns and fish. Like, I mean, acorns, fish, berries, mushrooms, dandelions, sometimes the occasional turnip. Like, you know, we've got a diverse diet that consists of almost no calories and then fish. Yeah, but the calorie game is a bit of a pain in the ass. Especially because I don't have any means of maintaining the food. Like, not yet. And we won't for a while. So, the food we have is gotta be fresh. Freshly caught every day and or for within a couple of days. Because otherwise it's not fresh. And I don't like the unhappiness Moodle. Even though it does nothing, technically. A fridge and a generator? I mean freezers as well, and yeah, you're right though, a generator is required to refrigerate. Honestly, the freezer part is the better part. The fridge doesn't really keep things for that long. It keeps things for an okay amount. Also, the sandbox setting only affects the fridge. It doesn't affect the freezer portion. So even if, let's say, somebody set it to the hardest difficulty, which is basically makes it so the fridge is useless, well, it doesn't affect freezers. Freezers will still keep things as fresh as they did in normal. So increasing that difficulty is, you know, just means that people are going to be using more freezers. Mm. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm? Hello. Congrats on your streak. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. Making some progress, and we're about to get more combat in. Not really. There are aspects of it that are good still. It's just very fringe and you almost will never use it. So the reason why it is good still, it's just like it can tank like the best armor in the game can tank a lot of hits. It's still RNG, so there's still a chance that it won't tank the hits, but most of the time it'll tank at least several hits, right? The best armor in the game, from what I remember, can get like 60 damage to it. Like you can before it breaks through. The best tactic is to never get hit, but everyone's gonna get hit. It's impossible to, forever. Eventually you take damage. If you happen to be wearing armor during that time, when you do take damage in the inevitability, you will, it might save you. It might turn that what would have been a bite into something that's good. Exactly. However, in my opinion, armor is only really good in close quarters combat. So if you're planning on going into like the March Ridge bunker or Hogwallow's military facility, or do you see the pattern? The prison. If you're gonna go into these areas that have these, and specifically the prison basement, these areas that have corners where zombies can get stuck, and then, well, you want to be extra careful. Those are the times you want to be wearing armor. That said, though, in normal combat, like in this open field, would I want to be trading my because what you trade for armor is you trade the your backpack as well as your ability to comfortableness. Your character's gonna get built up, like, so they're gonna get sad because they're uncomfortable. That's gonna slow their action speed. So you want to only be doing combat really when you've got that armor, as well as you want to make sure that you have fairly high skill in the game at the moment, like skill as in your skills, like, so you want to be at like levels, like higher levels, so your weapons last longer because you can't bring as many of them with you, right? Yeah, so it's definitely it's niche is what I'll say. That it's not bad. It's still okay. It's just niche. With zombies banging on tall fences, causing stress and causing sadness, living in places like LD. I mean, sadness is... It's not the worst debuff in the world, but the thing is even if you live in LV and you're constantly stressed because you keep hearing them banging on the fences, you could just walk away from that area and then you won't hear them bang on there anymore. Or alternatively, you could kill all the zombies and then there wouldn't
You're
be any zombies
amazing.
left to bang on the fences. But sadness is, it is hampering in some ways. It slows action speed. So that means swapping your weapons. Sadness can indirectly cause you to be slower in combat. Yeah, it doesn't require you though. You could just leave. There are places in LV where you can go that are fine. I can give some examples if you're interested. Like, so in LV, right? You can go to this area down here is pretty good. I like this area. There's a little bit more action down here now than there used to be. This used to be an open field. Like there used to be nothing used to be here. But that said, it's changed quite a bit. This motel is amazing. A great spot. But there's like a lot of stuff in the southern section of LV on this side that is good. In between this fence line is not terrible, even though, yes, there will be some zombies banging on this fence. You could just keep going down the fence. There is a dead end, though, to be worried about. Where is that? Did they change it? Because this was where the fence ended before, so they've extended. This is new. Like this stuff here. New-ish. You could also just bail from LV entirely. Like, get out of LV. But there are some spots in LV that are not too bad. This river line is not bad. Also, going to this upper area is not terrible either. And then killing your way in that way. There's a nice little lake out here. I've never been out there. Most of the time folks go to this though. And this is no longer as good because of the whole banging on fences thing. This is the 3 mansions of LV. Next to the gated community. This gated community is amazing, by the way. I really like that one. And then there's another one that's over here that's pretty good too. We live there for Blood Drive. Yes, indeed. There are lots of places in LV you can go where you don't have to hear the rapping of the zombies. You come to me with your depression. Yeah, sometimes that's just how it's gonna be. You can combat it lots of ways though. If you have animals, you can pet the animals until you're not depressed anymore. You can antidepressants. There's lots of ways. Wash yourself and it lowers depression by a sizable chunk. There's ways to balance it out. That said though, I do still firmly believe there should be positives that that challenge the negatives. So if you're taking care of your character, you get bonuses. That way they could make depression worse. They would have a justifiable reason to make depression even worse. Give us the real depression, the one that makes you tired as well and make you, like, your character not want to get up in the morning. Make them, like, you know, really depressed. And you can counter that with happiness. You know, your character's doing stuff that they like. Surviving the apocalypse. Bubbly and kind. I am bubbly and kind. But that's just, these are thoughts that I have in Zomboid, I suppose. It's weird that I'm saying that out loud though, because it's like these are words that other people have said about me. And I'm just gonna have to agree, because the fun fact is, if somebody else, and this is something I believe in, if somebody else says something that's good about you and you don't agree with it, but their thing that they said is better than what you think about yourself, you should go with them. You know? Their thoughts are clearly better than whatever thoughts you may have, so, you know, go with theirs. Sensory vision and numbness. Well, they already make noises too, like they sigh and stuff. Hmm? Oh, interesting. You're on about for depression? So you're for these thoughts? I think they'd be interesting. They'd add some dynamics to the gameplay that isn't just, you know, hampering. Because I'm all for hampering the player, but I'm for balance in that. Like, hampering, but also both sides. Positives and aspirations, negatives. And so if you're not taking care of your character, you can spiral a little bit easier. I'll do these two and then I'll back off for a minute. Isolation would add in. Yeah, it depends though, right? I don't know if it'd be just isolation. I would do that after the adding of NPCs, right? Because then you could build relationships and friendships sort of like The Sims. Think more like The Sims. What happens in The Sims? You gotta build relationships. You gotta, in order to get that promotion and enter aspiration, you need to take care of your sim. So that's what I was thinking. Is along that train, right? They need a grief mechanic? There is one that exists already. Sadness. They could have more sadness. It's another list, another reason to have sadness. No, I want dogs and cats. I want it all. Dogs can be hunting companions and cats could keep pests out. So like you could find like imagine if the cats, and then they could add a pest system where your non-perishable food has a chance to get eaten by rodents and bugs, and the cats are there to protect it. So there's a reason to keep a cat fed and keep it around. And then also you could add in dogs could be hunting companions, help you on the hunt. I'd be for that. That'd be cool. Like you said, though, I do believe that there should be some aggressive dogs, too. But that said, they've already said that they don't want to do that kind of stuff. So we'll see if that becomes a thing, if they change their mind. You never know. When your dog got injured. They've already said that they don't want to do zombie animals. They want to keep to the Romero style, right? They want to do so there won't be any zombie cows or any of that stuff. The closest we got to that was when the butchering hook bugged out and we had like zombie cows running around with no heads. And the devs actually apologized for that in the patch notes. Like there was an apology. Sorry that happened. Like I'm bitten by zombie rat. Yeah, it was something to read when they apologized for that. Yeah, lots of games have done the zombie spreading the plague, because that's generally what happens, right?
Hey, by the way, Emma. On Zomboid, it's going okay. I'm trying to get some push going on before inevitably we have to up the difficulty. I just want to test something. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to bump you. Interesting. Yeah, they really don't like the pile of charcoal. They're vandals, though. Zombies have always been vandals. There's more than one occasion I've seen the zombies break one window, then look around and pathfind to a new window to break. That's genuinely how it is just sometimes. Sorry, can't see. Okay. I'm gonna head back and start gaining weight again. Because we're already gonna start losing weight as it is. That was an interesting little bit of sciencey stuff, though. That's fun. I like when we get to do stuff like that.
Let's go forage some stuff a little bit. Entirely what I'm looking for, but better than nothing. An empty paint can? That's huge. The reason why it's huge is because I can fill that with water and then I can boil water better now. As opposed to having to use the cans that I've been using for quite some time. That one pail is worth 33 cans. It's great. Waking up with a nightmare though, not so great. Well, with luck, we'll be able to catch some fish. We'll cook up what we have here in a moment. I don't think it's enough, though. Hello, is the rat race still going on? Yeah. Season 1 of the rat race hasn't ended yet. And the leaderboard is still being maintained. That's an easy way to see that if the rat race is still going on. As for my run Van Higgins is dead. So I'm not doing rat race. But I'm still helping maintain the board as well as I'm still part of the moderation. Oh, it's fine. So what happened was Van Higgins actually didn't die. What happened was in 4212, the update to 4213 was not compatible. So we knew that was going to happen, and I don't want to go back. So when I loaded Van Higgins' save, he was killed immediately. Now, I could save him, like it would be possible, but the world reset and so did his kills and so did so it would be a huge pain. The file is corrupted to fix it. And I could play on 4212, but I don't really want to. So it's a preference thing. That said, though, I'm not discouraging other folks from doing the rat race. They can continue. Shivas has managed to hit the 1 million on the rat race already, so 1 out of 3 objectives complete. There's a lot of other people still playing and having fun, so it'd be cool to see if other folks manage to make the perfect character as well, because there's the 3 objectives in rat race are quite difficult. Any one of those challenges is tough on its own. Like, even if you were to burn all the zombies and not do the kill count and do just the 13 points of interest, that's pretty tough because it's times 16 and the volume of everything, right? But that said, yeah. So yeah, the rat race is still good. And there has been talk of rat race 2.0 when stable hits. So we'll see. The rat race Discord folks have also done a little bit of a multiplayer server. I don't know how that server's if it's still going or what's up with that, but it is interesting. But yeah, it's the last update I think I did it last night. So, and we keep the board up to date. There's actually a little tiny date thing on there. Yeah, the team works hard and has worked hard since the beginning. And kudos to the members of the team that, because teams shift over time. I still appreciate those that have come and gone. How's the stream going? It's been going pretty good. How's your day going? I waved at you in other places. Hopefully you're having a good day. I remember. Yeah, it's been good. We're making progress. It's slow but true. I'm managing to get kill count up a little bit by a little bit. Eventually we'll be able to focus it, but for right now I just need to maintain weight. We're still fighting the calories real bad. Even though I have decent enough fishing to upkeep it, unfortunately, because fishing when I got fishing to 6,
So I have the ability to make fishing nets now. However, I can't repair them. At least not as far as I'm aware. Maybe I can repair them. Let me try. Because, so the broken fishing net recipe... No, I can't. The, I can't unwind it. So that recipe is not part of the auto learn as far as I'm aware. So we've got this recipe, but we don't have this one. So I can't get back the wire from the broken ones. So I'm gonna have to wait until we have blacksmithing, because once we have blacksmithing, then I can take the broken traps, I think, and bring them down. But even if I can't, then I can make wire, because wire is we can't do it with this version of the, but that's okay. I can save up metal and I can make the advanced forge. It's gonna require getting leather though. But I seen deer, so it should be possible to get a leather. That's a lot of work though. All just so that I don't have to deal with the caloric gains and losses. There. It is what it is. But yeah, we've managed to just barely scale up. I know that looks like an up arrow, but it's not. Like it's enough to gain for a little bit, but then we'll immediately start losing again. Sorry. Can you guys see the catfish that's on the shoreline? Just curious. There's a catfish on the shore. Can you see it? It's right there. See? It's right there. It's like the... yeah, no, it's not that you guys are blind. It's that it shouldn't be that small. It's 10 centimeters. That doesn't mean it should be like absolutely microscopic. Like it's smaller than the bait fish. If you put a bait fish next to it, this bait fish would be larger than this. This is supposed to be a 10 centimeter catfish. That's not you guys. That's me commenting on the size of the models needs to be increased for the fish. It's too small. You remember the big fish? You remember those large fish that were like you could put them on the shore and they'd take up like a couple of tiles? That's how big they were. I miss those. Gigantic fish. Good times. Yeah, see, we're already coming back down. No, not yet. Oh, come on. I ran for like 10 seconds. It's funnier when you compare the sizes of the fish, though, to the, when your character pulls one up. I wish I was at a better angle so that we could actually see the fish, that were getting pulled up. You can tell how big of fish we're pulling up by the fishing XP, though. Oh, and that's a thought. Look how big the fillets are. That fish I cut up just now was as big as the one that's here. This little fish here. See that? But those fillets, 2 of them came out of that a fish that's that size. Right? Does that make sense? No. It's because the fillet only has one size. There's no other size for fillets. They only have one model. Well, that's not true. They have a couple of models. But that's usually based on freshness. Garbage. Like here.
Hey, you see that there? See how big he is? Right? Now let's slice him into fillets. There you go. Teeny tiny fish produce those 2 fillets and these fish guts. Yeah. Magic. Magic in the apocalypse. Fish magic. The well, that's a sizable fish. 32. I think I managed to weave, yeah, between the 2. Thief, you stole my hat. Thank you for wellness. Do appreciate. Maybe this will be my drink here in a moment. Just barely pushing weight up. It's time consuming, but it's required if we're going to survive. I wonder how much effort it would take me to get to the other side. Charcoal burning piles for miles? Yeah. I decided that if I ever want to burn charcoal, I can do it wherever I want. Wherever I want. All over. No limits. No limits. Burn it all. The trees had it coming. Pile all the trees in. I am not the only one that thinks so. Really? Okay, look how big this fish is. Ready? Right? Now look at it on the ground. It's like some sort of optical illusion magic. It's like magic. And watch it go from 5 to 0.5 in weight. Fish magic. You have a built-in shrink ray. Or they shrivel up when they get on land. If that's the case, then why do the fillets, when you cut them up, the fillets are bigger than the fish was? Explain that with your science. Well, clearly, there is no explanation. The explanation is that there's only one model for fillets. I get that's the explanation. It ends up being that all the fillets are the same, regardless of which fish they came from. I've almost got enough fish to kind of just deal with weight. Gotta unzip the compressed fish. Hooray! Oh, why am I walking off with this? Wait a second. Where did my water bottle go? Oh, there it is. I was so confused. I was like, my water bottle's gone. There we go. Finally. A little weight gain. I'm just doing this to get past the time while we gain weight. We're already at the next level of fitness soon. That's sucky. It's a bit more weight. I'll survive. It'll be fine. Ooh, bad time. Bad time, bad time, bad time. Bad timing. Bad timing. What an ass. This is bad time. At least it was only a 2-pass. October 2nd. It's bad timing. I just want to kill some zombies. I'm not allowed. I'm banned from the zombies. Not allowed to go kill them. I have to be watched by somebody in a helicopter. Rude. I have no idea what that means, but it's like the translating thingy says that you say that it's a cool base. I guess. Oh, frog! Yay! Frog friend. This is a new rat race run? No, I'm not playing the rat race currently. This is a new type of run. This is it's sort of like a return to Bloodbank, sort of like a still difficult settings, but not quite the same as Rat Race. I would say that this run is more difficult than Rat Race in some ways, but easier than Rat Race in others. So it's still times 16, so still max pop, but it's scaling difficulty, as in the zombies and everything is going to get harder over time. So sort of to stay true to that old style. Rat Race, on the other hand, is much more just static. In this one, we have often helicopters, for example, and it's going to get worse. So eventually I'm going to have metas on and everything again. So it'll be pretty rough. The Rat Race isn't over or anything. It's just that it's kind of over for me for the time being. So I'm probably going to opt into Rat Race 2.0. But that said, the first iterations of the Rat Race is due to my character not being like compatible with build 42.13 and that file essentially getting corrupted. I'm moving on. Like, it's fine. But the rest of the folks, if they want to play 4212, I'm for it. Like, and if they want to restart in 4213, you know, give her. But that said, it's yeah. So hopefully that gives an understanding of where my head's at. But that said, we're still updating the leaderboard. We're still doing the rat race stuff in terms of like I'm still helping with moderation and all that. But yeah, I'm good for now for the rat race. At least until things are a little bit more stable here in the near future. That said, I'm happy to do this run. Ribbit. When's 2.0 coming and what could change? I don't know what's going to change. That's the thing. With 2.0, a lot could change or nothing could change. I'm not sure. It's all dependent on stable and then what the community decides, because the rat race has always been... The moderators are there to kind of balance things out, but the it's a community challenge, right? So we'll probably have votes and stuff on things. That's what I would expect. But yeah, it's not really that big of a... Like, it does suck that I lost Higgins. And I could play 4212 to keep playing him if I wanted to, but I want to move forward. I don't want to be doing 4212. Right? It's at least that's my mentality. Yeah, anything could change. I don't really know. I don't know what to anticipate. It's hard to say. I know that a lot of folks expressed that they would like helicopters back, but the reason why Rat Race only had one helicopter was so that players could engage the zombies at their own pace. So it was more of a inclusionary pick than a hindrance, right? And a lot of the rat race was built in a way to be include everybody. Yeah, it would have been cool to get Higgins back all the way up to, but I was distracted as well by other games and And try not to do too much at the same time, right? It's good to make sure that you're pacing yourself. That way you don't fatigue and things are okay. It was Twist that did the test and showed the sometimes heli, as well as Lamprey also showed it too. He said it at often metas as well, and showed us just how bad the metas were. And then I forgot how bad the metas were in my first version of this run. If you want to see how bad it was, what is it? It's Last Death. I got overwhelmed in my first, I of course I did choose the wrong path at the end of the day, but still, like, I mean, this area over here, right, had 40,000 zombies to 50,000 zombies in it, in this area here. And that's a lot of zombies in that area. And they got moved. And the biggest part of it to blame was the helis and then metas. But mostly metas. The helis would pull in some, and then the metas just cinched it, so it was difficult to evade them. If I'm thinking about, like, because I could have went down this road and escaped this way, and then circled back around. But the thing is that cluster of 40k was going to be showing up at some point. So I would have had to evade them, probably by going southward towards Rosewood and pulling more of Rosewood and Muldraw up. So I would have been essentially cycling this portion of the map consistently, which is not impossibly difficult. It's just, it's scary in its own ways. We'll get there though. One of the things that I want to do in this playthrough right now is I want to get because we are going to be upping the hearing back to pinpoint, so we are going to be pulling the zombies in at that rate. So we should be expecting that to happen. There we go. Oh. What would be the easier side of yours? Which, you mean in Rat Race? I know how to do the Rat Race and maintain a sort of distance from the zombies so they'll never come bother me. I'm not really ever that worried about that aspect of it. Rat Race itself is takes time, but the biggest things that are hampering are the XP values, and then from there it's about balancing yourself out. And then caloric values. Oh, you mean in this one? This challenge is easier in some ways, like, for example, currently it's 1 times XP, but there's scaling difficulty in this, meaning that every few months in game, we're going to be adding another layer of difficulty. So Rat Race stays static. It doesn't change. There's no edited difficulty in Rat Race. When you start Rat Race, it is as hard as it is. The hardest part is getting past that first heli and then surviving the calorie game later. And then, so once you're done that, you've basically got Rat Race under control, and then it's about building your character up so that they're able to balance themselves in a way that can both kill zombies effectively, but also train the other skills effectively as well, right? So that's Rat Race, right? This mode has scaling difficulty, and as a result, eventually we'll get to a point where it's going to kill us. It'll get to a point where it's our character will probably get overrun, or will be at a stage where it's going to be hard. Because like often helis, often metas, like we're already doing often helis, so that's the one big thing that's kind of different from Rat Race. But that said, there are a lot of settings in this one that are easier to start with and then build up. But yeah, for this challenge, if you're curious what the settings look like, you can there's the settings, and these are the traits that my character took to start. Because I like to do 0 to hero, but it's my version of 0 to hero, which is that you're allowed to take other things, but you have to start unfit, puny, and with a weight trait. Yeah, there you go. Hopefully it's good. But yeah, it's slightly different than Rat Race. In saying that, though, eventually this mode will get to a point where it's much harder than Rat Race. But that comes later. It's not immediate. And by then, our character will be a little bit stronger, thankfully. But even with a strong character, your character has limitations. So you'll reach a point where you're not capable of, like, you have to really balance things out. Need temp settings like your Rat Race? Do you mean temperature? Some of the temperature settings, yes. Some of them, no. However, those temperature settings will adjust over time. So eventually they'll get worse, but it doesn't. Those temperature settings are irrelevant anyways. They don't really do anything. They may affect your character a little bit, but I know how to get a jacket in the beginning, so it's not like it's that big a deal for me. I never really struggle with temperature. I mean, I did a cryo winter playthrough where we were... One second. Yeah, the cryo winter playthrough was basically makes it so that this, like, if even Rat Race's temperatures are not really cold. Like, they are a little cold. They're cold for a not, but Yeah, they're not cryo winter cold. Cryo winter makes you like thank your stars that it's minus 90 degrees Celsius. It's a good day today, minus 90 Celsius. It's beautiful weather. I can kill stuff for more than 10 seconds before having to run back to the campfire. I won't play on those settings again. There's no way. Unless you guys really, really want me to, but I don't know if I'd want to. Like, the amount of butt to fire that I had to do was just like, it wasn't the most fun. It's just like that one, that playthrough also could be in its own way argued that it's harder than Rat Race. It's just that it's like, you know, it just depends, right? Rat Race has difficulty in some ways, but doesn't quite balance its difficulty against certain other things, right? That one was in Raven Creek, so, which is a popular map for a lot of folks. Lots of people really like Raven Creek. Wonder where Raven Creek would be now. Because Raven Creek exists in the space that is now Irvington. So, I wonder where they'd move it. Is there an updated version of Raven Creek out yet? Probably, right? Yeah, I don't find that temperature in Zomboid is that difficult to deal with, except for being too hot. If you wanted a really difficult Zomboid playthrough, because there's less ways to lower your temperature than there is to raise your temperature, the and actually that summer playthrough, what's the summer mod called? The one that one, the summer one. It's like Pyro something or whatever. That mod would be, I would consider, probably a lot harder than, just because there's not enough things to lower the temperature. Your options are get naked and then also that's like it. Lower your hunger to the lowest it can be and make sure you're drinking water. Oh, also if you're injured, your temperature's lower as well. So break your leg. Which is not necessarily the best way to play Zomboid. Right? I heard you like charcoal pits. So I put charcoal pits next to your charcoal pits so your charcoal pits would have a friend. Yeah. I don't know if I've seen a lumberjack shirt in that color before. Maybe. Yeah, Rat Race is tough. It's not a oh wow. It's just The pits are barricades? I mean, kind of. It's just to slow the zombies down slightly. The zombies can break them, though, which is something that's different than the old fence, box fence, or what's it called? I didn't ever really like those. Some folks really like using that strategy with the old composter method, which is fine. Like, I mean, they're entitled to like their strategies. It's just not for me. I don't like those sorts of things. Yeah, the zombies can break the charcoal things, so that's why I'm quite okay with them being a way to hamper. No, they won't path around them. The zombies like unless they somehow luck out and path through it, they're not really that smart to path around a lot of the time. They've been pathing around fences, yes. But those, no. Those are player-constructed entities, and as a result, the zombies will just walk right into them and then start breaking them. Zombies deep down are vandals. They want to break everything. Have I heard from him lately? Not super recently, but he joined the military, right? So he's been super busy. He'll message us when he messages us, you know. I'm sure he's fine. He just needs to focus on his military stuff. We'll see Lamprey again, I'm sure. And I will be keen for his return, because he'll want to join the Millie Club, probably. Now that the Millie Club's officially been started. Once Shivas is finished rat racing and getting as far as he wants in that, because I imagine he said he wanted to finish all of Louisville, and then he might actually go and do the outposts. If he does that, by then he'll probably have a perfect character. He will probably officially have beaten the rat race, like the whole thing, which would be kind of cool if somebody actually manages to do the whole rat race. There's a couple of folks that also are doing really well in the weapon in the mastery category, not just weapons, just the mastery in general. Somebody had 14 out of 36 skills mastered. I think that would be Badger. Badger has 14 out of the skills mastered. The if we had continued with Higgins, I would have had 16 skills mastered when we were finished Muldra. But at the end, we didn't, so... I've come close to making a perfect character, though. I've never made one, though. The closest I came to making a perfect character was my personal best in Build 41. I'll do a couple more. Now I'm gonna head back. Same with pigs. I had cows breaking things. It's just cosmetic. It doesn't have a function. Actually, what's fun about this mask is it is essentially a pair of glasses. Or at least that's what it was before. I think it counts as just a mask now. Like a face mask. Or a dust mask. But that, as far as I'm aware, it has no function. And given the fact that I've built up corpse sickness ridiculously, I'm gonna guess that that's the case. But the rest of a lot of the other things in the packs, like the frog hat, it has no insulation, see? There's no insulation, no added benefits. It's just meant to be cosmetic. You know, +5 to morale. Makes you want to play more. Because you can collect back hats or, you know. That now. But yeah, some of the interactions make me think that the mask has actually been made into a mask now. Specifically the fact that you take it off for every time you want to eat. That's a mask interaction. So I think that it has been set up to be a mask. I wish they changed the branch or rod to breaking your inventory. Oh, you mean the fishing rod? Oh, it's so easy to make another one though, so it's not that bad, not that big a deal. Oh, that branch? If the fire's not started, I just assume it doesn't work. It didn't work, and I need to keep trying. Because I need to light the fire, right? I definitely recommend folks use the masonry, like, get your masonry up enough that you can do the masonry fire. Because it's just... It's the added benefit of people... people have walked into fires for ages. It's a safety net. You can't walk into the masonry fire. It's a physical block that's in the way. So... A tale as old as time. It really is a tale as old as time, and fires essentially are like elementals, killing characters left and right. It is ridiculous how many characters die because of that sort of stuff. And I wish I was joking. I'm not. It's just a lot of character death to fire. Or campfires specifically. More than you'd expect. Okay, we'll head back. One sec, just gotta trim my hair. Okay. So, there we go. We did quite a bit today. We managed to get quite a lot done. We're slowly pushing towards that area. I didn't mean to have that helicopter go off there, but it did, and now we've got to clean up a mess. But that said, we're gearing up towards the next sort of scaling. I want to do pinpoint hearing really badly, but at the same time, I might want to spin the wheel instead, because to stick with that style. I'm gonna think it over and we'll decide. But yeah, I do have a plan to date with Emma today, so I'm gonna go and spend time with Emma. But okay, we'll wrap it there, and then we can raid out. You know, make somebody else's day a little bit better. So let's see who's on. Let's see. Ooh, Treacle's playing Hightail. We could go right into Treacle. We could also raid into Chili. There's a lot of folks we could raid into. I like when there's lots of folks on. It's nice. Yeah. Let's see who's that. Nifty. Yeah, I think we'll raid into Treacle. That seems like a good call. Yeah. Just been my pleasure as always. We'll see you guys next time. Ta for now.